What's goody? What's up, everybody? We are back with some more Great Ace Attorney 2. Ah, man. Last time, which was yesterday, we were going through the investigation. We met up with Van Zeeks, and we saw his apprentice. And lo and behold, we find out that his apprentice is Kazuma, our mentor and friend from the first game. Miraculously alive, bro. For those who don't know, he died. He didn't die, but back then we thought he died in case 2 of the first game. And now he's back, and he's gonna be in this trial coming up, and I am excited to see where this goes with him. And he's, trying to become a prosecutor, which is weird because beforehand he was trying to be a defense attorney. So I just don't know. Apparently Richard said this game is gonna go even crazier. I cannot wait, bro. I cannot wait. Oh, what's good, Derail? What's up, bro? How you doing, bro? Hey, bro, that song you put out today was fire, bro. I played it a little bit earlier. Please go listen to that song, bro. Please go listen to For All Time, bro. Please. Thank you. Hey, man. I always enjoy the music you put out, bro. It's so good, bro. My bad. I'm just posting some stuff. Ooh. Man, I still can't believe it, bro. Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core being remastered. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth has a release window. I cannot wait, bro. Oof. I'm rubbing my hands together, bro. This shit gonna be fire. And we got Fire Emblem coming out pretty soon. Xenoblade Chronicles 3 coming out pretty soon. Oh my god. It's for the next couple years, bro, some big games gonna be coming out, bro. Spider-Man, God of War, Resident Evil 4 remake, Street Fighter 6. It's a lot of great games, bro. And I cannot wait to play them all. Plus, we got the Persona games coming to other platforms except Switch, which is amazing news. No Switch, baby. So it's just a lot of great stuff, bro. It's a great time to be a gamer, great time to be a fan of games. And honestly, bro, I gotta be honest, bro, I haven't been this excited about gaming in a while. Now, granted, this could all change, and a lot of these games could get delayed, especially Rebirth. I'm not saying it will. I'm just saying there's a possibility. You know what I'm saying? But as of right now, what day is it today? As of June 17th, 2022, I am optimistic about the next year and a half to 2 years, bro. I just cannot wait, bro. Shout outs to Derail and Richard for liking and retweeting the stream. Richard said, The World Ends With You fans been real quiet since case 3 started. like there's been a war between the Great Ace Attorney and the World Ends With You fans. Oh my god, that's fucking hilarious. Hey, Adira, if you still here, bro, are you gonna do more fuck The World Ends With You? Are you gonna do more remasters of your old songs? Or are you gonna focus more on creating new songs? What's up, Richard? He said facts. All right. Time to start this up. I'm assuming this is the last day of this trial. I cannot wait, bro. This is about to be a fucking 6-hour stream. I can already tell. It's gonna be a long trial. 6 hours, here we come, bro. Load game. Possibly. I've actually got a couple of mixes of past songs ready, along with one more original song at the moment, all coming soon. Hey, you heard it here first. If you want breaking news on D-Rail's songs, bro, you gotta come here, bro. This is where he'll announce it, bro. Oh, but that's dope, bro. I can't wait. Hey, shoutouts to Prez for the like and retweet, bro. I appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. All right, let's get right back into it. Facts, bro. The music. Oh, there he is! Hazuma, bro. Let's fucking go. In the name of Her Majesty, the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. All the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed. There he is. There's my boy, bro. Kazuma. I still can't believe this man is really gonna be a prosecutor. What the fuck? The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zeeks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. Susato just staring at him. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks. Yes, my lord. He already has the wine right in front of him. It was pretty weird seeing two people standing on the bench. Yeah, oh, I was about to say, like, this is the first time the prosecution has had two people, but I forgot about, what you call it? Spirit of Justice. The final case of that game had two people on the prosecution bench, but I'm trying not to count that, bro. But it's very rare. It's usually, like, the prosecution is, like, OP, and you're trying to, like, go up against the odds, but he has his own assistant. This is kind of cool. And it's somebody that's, you know, related, not related, but, like, has an acquaintance with Ryunosuke. I don't consider. Bro, I don't consider non-canon game. Bro, how happy would you be, Richard, if they said Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice were not part of the official timeline? How happy would you be? I don't know how I'd feel. I mean, obviously elation, like happiness, but then that would mean I played those games for nothing then. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes. My apprentice and assistant. The prosecution... Some fire blast. The world hasn't used a goat. This is... there's a split timeline. The real timeline is where Phoenix doesn't... Honestly, I would like to see that. I would definitely like to... Like, keep Phoenix as, like... you know, the all-knowing mentor figure to a new lawyer, which was Apollo. But instead, they had to bring him back and made him stupid again. Naru Hobo. Like, if they were gonna go that route, bro, just have him be the mentor figure. But what do I know? Also, Fireblast, you're being banned for saying such awful things in my chat, bro. We don't condone this behavior, Fireblast. How dare you, bro? How you doing, Fireblast? The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Oh shit! He also has his sword. Not his sword, but he has a sword. That was fucking dope. That was fucking awesome, bro. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure I'm chilling and playing Ease. Oh, nice. Which one? It better not be Ease 8, bro. Or you're being banned for real, bro. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else. You're playing E6? Nice. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but... oh, this is so very hard. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand that you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick, it is against magician's code, not to mention the law. Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence. And, then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. Gotta hear Jebber's theme again? Oh yeah, I was listening to it after the stream yesterday. It's so good. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zeeks. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion effected by an unknown person or persons. How does that woman sneak in all that corn? It was what? An explosion, bro. Put the fucking gun away, bro. Jesus. But this is an outrage. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithereens. I'm sorry, smithers. And the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here the photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. A photographic print of the experimentation stage after it was completely leveled by a time bomb. The metal floor of the stage has been blown open by the explosion. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act, oh my god, that is a mouthful, was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial, where Professor Harebrain has little to no importance anymore. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed, a most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine, and who ultimately caused its loss of control. Objection. As Lord Van Zieks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. I've never heard that word before. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odie Asman. So what exactly were those two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zieks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. This small fuck. State your name and occupation for the court. Name. What voice did I give him? Name. Enoch Drebber. Occupation. Hard to pin down, I would say. See that black monocle? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too? I had exactly the same feeling myself. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out by the Great Exhibition some days ago. The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? I like the new animations. It was you, Dr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. This bad dude with the robot. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious! Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up. But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick. You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of staged trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility. Nothing more. But... We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. Witness testimony. The kinesis machine. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago, through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads, and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. That's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Ugh. Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman has no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness was well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If our hypothesis is sound, It can always be forged into a physical manifestation, with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? Counsel for the defense. Your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Alright, let's get it. So, I didn't see an obvious contradiction. Body double. So you were already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself? Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers after, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. This man wild. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Hairbrain certainly has a mind like no other. It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic, however. The more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining. I hear. He must have planned all this from the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. If the whole... Okay. Of course! That's it. Mr. Asman has a twin! God damn it. Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman has no twin siblings. You fucking moron. No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me yet. I was still holding on to hope. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was someone who looked sufficiently like the victim. But Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled out that absolutely ruled that out as a possibility. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to the fact. But those aren't legitimate, though, because those aren't accepted by the court. So fuck fingerprints from right now. So it can't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind. Oh my god! Death by hanging confirmed the 17th of June. He died today, bro. Over 100 years ago. Could it be this? Because he stole the waxwork? Fuck. God damn it. Ah, shit. God, I'm dumb. The only time in this game where you want the music to stop. Anytime you present something and you keep hearing the music, it means you fucked up. God damn it! It crashed head first, you say? According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds on the day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another one of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know? According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the victim. And he had a broken vertebrae as a result of a fall from a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny. So you understood the science, did you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I've said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principles it relies on, aren't you? A very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other. But if we're unable to establish that it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we will have no grounds on which to demonstrate Professor Harebrain's innocence. Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand tricked the professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivete and his unbending belief in his work, and I won't let them get away with it. And seeing as the professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zeek's, what on earth must he be feeling towards Drebber? So they kind of hint that this is what we should be presenting, but I don't... Maybe this? Please? Fuck! Oh my god! Damn it. I don't... It would have required a body double. I presented this and this. I just... Anything in here? Ah! Look here, Mr. Sato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a height? Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying, down into the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. Oh, so it changed, okay. Into the crystal tower, causing damage to its base. Wait, so then how did he break his neck then if the base was broken? That doesn't make any sense. It looks like he was strapped down. Crash headfirst. I don't think so. Let's go! Let's fucking go! I feel really smart now, bro. We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. And as you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage was at the scene. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Gah! Good gracious. Explain yourself, witness. Well... If we examine the facts, there is only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower. But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion, at an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in an ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable. But the victim's neck was broken. He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebrae, actually. He wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zieks. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry. I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah, yes. And there's one more point the defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? It seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically, after all. I nearly had him there. The kinesis clearly because there's nowhere else a 30 feet high for the breakage to have fallen from. Oh, this gotta be... Oh shit, what evidence though? Either the picture or the piece of green cloth? I'ma try the picture. Fuck! Oh my god! Damn it, bro. Oh my god. I'm only down to 2. Alright, let me try pressing. What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on the stage in front of the audience. Yeah? There are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage. That's true. And the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30... Oh, I forgot about that. That's why I was wrong. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there is no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower. A trenchant scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh yes. It's all very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean. Irritatingly, yes. There's nowhere else. Where else could it have fallen? After a considerable height. Wait a minute. Damn it. Is it this? The trap door? Fuck! I'm just guessing, bro. Oh my god. I'm literally on my last hit. Fuck, and then I honestly don't know. Clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high up for the birdcage to have fallen from. I already tried the balloon. I can't. You want to throw up a save so you don't have to restart the trial? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. It's been such a long time since I've been like really stumped. Jesus. Let me see. Options. Record save. Yes. Like legit, like this is really like maybe from the I'm thinking the crystal tower itself, like it was, that's where it was dropped from, if not from the balloon. This is really gonna be 6 hours if you have to restart. This is probably like, cause that's really, cause if it's not the balloon, if it's not this trap door, it's gotta be the tower itself. What's up, Rob? He said, damn. Look, okay, so they're making it seem like this is what we should focus on. The machine was flawed somehow. Well, we can't tell that because the machine was destroyed. We did that. No trick. And usually in these games, when they say, there's absolutely no way this could happen, it's usually a sign of, okay, there's another way this thing could happen. But it's gotta be the tower. If it's not the balloon, if it's not this trapdoor bullshit, it's gotta be the tower itself. I can just imagine Richard just screaming right now, like, it's just this! This is so simple. I'm just like overthinking this. Or maybe I presented the wrong thing because I presented this. I don't know. I'm gonna try Crystal Tower. I'm gonna try this broken piece of glass because it came from the tower. But it was found in the waxwork, so it doesn't... there's no established connection there yet, so I can't use this. God damn. I'm stuck. Jesus Christ. This mechanical motherfucker, bro, has got me stumped. Blueprints. Okay, so he met him a year ago, blah, blah, blah. Provided... This is testimony 1. And I'm already stumped. He provided me with blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specification with no trick. Nothing there. I already pressed those. Tell me how to... I already pressed that. And then it gave me this after I presented this. Because he was claiming that, oh, you gotta... It came head first. Is there something else about this? Whoa. Kind of weird. No, not this. I'm fucking lost, bro. I'm gonna do this. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Oh my! Oh my god! Oh my god! Let's go! Jesus Christ! I'm like, it has to be the tower, but it can't be that glass because we haven't established it yet. So it has to be. It has to show some sort of diagram. So finally we get to use this goddamn piece of evidence. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, fucking Drebber, bro. He got me shook. Richard said, let's go! Rob said, yo! This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. The fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place to which you are referring on this same diagram. My last little bit of health, bro. The alternative location from which the birdcage could possibly have fallen from the requisite 30 feet. I'm saving it. Now I'm at a point where I gotta save every time they give me a decision. Every time they give me a decision. Imagine. Oh, the balloon, bro. I'm gonna say this, bro. Wait. It's not showing me the whole diagram. Oh shit! Wait a minute. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Why isn't it showing me that ledge from up top? Because I thought there's somebody that had pushed it down. Or unless they're telling me here? Maybe I got... Oh my... Bro, now I'm just second guessing myself. Not... Oh shit. It's the other balloon. It was in another green balloon. Oh my god, bro. This game is stressing me out, bro. I'm gonna say this. The trapdoor is the only thing I can think of. Please? Please? The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the bird... Let's go! Was I right? Let's fucking go! Let's go! Let's go! Your thinking before was correct, just the evidence you showed was wrong. I mean, honestly, there's times and this happens in other games too, in the Ace Attorney series, where like you have to present the exact right evidence in order to get your point across. Okay, so I was right. Okay. Where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Yeah, I was thinking, like, I remember them saying that it's 30 feet. The thing with the trapdoor picture is that you can't tell how far down it is. True. Nah, that's true. That's very true. I guess if we had been able to look into the trapdoor and see, like, and made a comment like, "Whoa, it reaches all the way to the bottom," maybe that would have made that picture more relevant. Go on, Counsel. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Oh, he's sweating, bro. Let's go. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two. Hey, we got the objection theme. And you know what else? And maybe some people would call it lazy. I like the fact that they kept his objection theme in this game. I know, like, in all the other, in a lot of the other Ace Attorney games, like, they would change, like, their objections or slightly modify them to sound different. But I kind of like that. I kind of like the fact that he has his theme, you know. But maybe that's just me, though. This theme fire don't matter. I mean, cause what you call it? I'm not gonna lie. Like when I went from the original game, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, and then I played Justice for All, and I heard the new objection theme. Like, it's not bad, but it's just to me. I think I like the original objection theme better. Besides, we got Susato's objection theme. That's true, and it's for you know, for a different playable character. I'd rather they do that than like give characters like a new theme. I don't know. I think if it's a new playable character, they should get their own theme, you know. Besides, we got Apollo has had the same theme, just remixed for 3 games. True, that's true. My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such contrivance in its design. I wonder why the chat on my stream isn't updating. Don't tell me it broke. I'm gonna say something. That's weird. Like, cause in the stream manager, I see Richard's latest comment, but on the chat on my stream, it doesn't show. I have no idea. My learned friend has no evidence. This is the first time that they've kept the same pursuit theme for 2 games. That's true, and maybe the pursuit theme. Do you think they should have the same pursuit theme across all playable characters, or do you think each character should have their own pursuit theme as well? Honestly, I mean, that's a lot more music to make, but I feel like maybe characters should have their own pursuit theme also. Like Ryunosuke could keep the obviously the original, and maybe Susato could have gotten a new one, but I don't know. Has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself. It's true. That's what I was hoping for in Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. It didn't happen though. Oh. That's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. So they bring up the print anyway, bro? Look, that looks pretty deep. Come on. Good lord. The metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber. He's like, oh shit. It was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the 2 bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Hairbrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference. Because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asmon's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Oh shit. He mad, bro? Oh. What the fuck? That's so fucking awesome. Like, that's why I have a sword, to open up wine bottles. If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions. He broke it. The prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water. On 2 counts. 2? Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drummer had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages. But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Van Zieks? The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. 30%, certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact. Ugh. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drummer having done as you suggest is nil. Or nil. Ugh. Damn! I spent 4 hit points on that. It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Zieks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. The contract between Mr. Asman and Mr. Drebber, detailing the terms by which they would profit from the kinesis experiment. It's true. Hold on, let me look at that contract. Provided Mr. Enoch Drebber to fund labor and materials by instantaneous kinesis machine. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage from under the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 birdcages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I've no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built. Instead, my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage. Yet we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Impossible? Is that dude serious? Where did Kazuma go? Oh, he's right there. My bad. I didn't see him. He blended in. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice. And I have an idea of who, but I won't say anything just yet. An accomplice now? Well, then I presume you're prepared for what's to come? The ass-beating of your life, now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else, of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he really is the culprit here. Only one way or another, though, I have to make my position clear, as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice, or not? Name it. Oh, I should have saved it! Oh, no! I should have saved it! Oh, no! Oh, boy. I should have saved it. Jesus. Oh, well. We lost a lot of progress. Let's hope I'm right. The defense is ready to name Mr. Jebber's accomplice. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet, I hope your hunch is right. Yet, according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue. Oh, okay. Ryunosuke kind of gave a clue to what I was thinking. Counsel. My lord, you have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Jebber's accomplice? Obviously, Odi Asmin. No, I'm just kidding. Kazuma, bro? It could never be her, bro. She's best girl, bro. It was Shamspear. It was Shamspear. It was this kid. Fuck these kids, bro. Obviously, it has to be the coroner. It has to be, bro. If I'm wrong, then holy shit. But it's gotta be Courtney Scythe. It has to be. Bohemian Rhapsody. It's gotta be the coroner. And the leader of the forensic. So if she's the leader of the forensic investigation team, she could have hid evidence. Why would these two be working together? I have no idea. I'm assuming we'll find out later, but it's gotta be her. Not just because she looks evil, but just because she had the ability to lie. I don't know. We'll see. The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. So am I right? Forensic tampering is indeed more common than people expect. True. Am I right, Richard? I could very well turn every single person in this court. It seems like I'm right in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it will be all right, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. Sato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. All right then. Yes, let's go! Oh my god, I almost fucked this up. I almost had to restart like a good 20 to 30 minutes of progress. Jesus Christ. All right, I'm gonna save it, bro. I just gotta be saving, cause I have no more. I have one hit left. Here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. I think as a joke, I picked Sholmes. He did hide the fact that Kazuma was alive. That fucking liar, bro. I want Sholmes to be the final boss. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, counsel. Now. Alright, bitch. The person who colluded with Mr. Jebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. What in the blazes are you talking about, Dr. Scythe? The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. Did I stutter? We know there were two bird cages. So who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence, exactly. Oh, you mad? Oh, she fucked it up on purpose, yep. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. This feels like it could have been the final case of the game. Like, but there's just like so many big things, like implications with the police and with the coroner, with the forensic investigation team. Like, bro, you've got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the Yard's name through the mud. Shut the fuck up. I didn't mean to. I know the woman very well. I've been staring at her tits for years. There's no better dead room worker out there. These jurors, sheesh. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? Here we go. Okay. What? Certainly, if the bird cage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must have also contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. Wax doll, bro? Exactly. Put him in a coffin, George. Oh, that's true. If my argument is that there were two bird cages, then there must have been one person inside each. But I don't know if I got an answer to this yet. Have I? Hold up. Save. We saving. Present evidence. No, don't name someone. I gotta present evidence. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double. Good gracious. I was here. He saved. Evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. That only happens in government. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. So what was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the birdcage was... saving again? I'm saving again. Correct! We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. And therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which was what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower. Yes, counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mr. Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. They just had that in court? Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. That's facts. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. Aw, damn. It's been a while since he did that. Since he slammed the desk and didn't make a sound. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor. You started by indicating You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting Waxworks? Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. Yeah, you stole it, motherfucker. What? Just days before Professor Hairbrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tussfeld's. Did you say abducted? And 2 days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then, the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now, the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman. Good. Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? The witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide? He shouldn't be allowed to do that, bro. He's... Again, Ryunosuke? Goddamn. Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds impossible. My lord! I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leanings for the court to hear now. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Damn, y'all in agreement? Oh my god. So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do, and uncover some new truths along the way. I'm quite sure. Yeah, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Dero said, well, fuck. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? You know, I actually like this jury because they seem way more serious than the other jurors in other cases. Like, they're just like they're actually paying attention. They're not interrupting. They're not like, you know, going on about their wacky shit. It's like, I think I like this jury, except the corn girl. True, yeah, but I like this because they're actually like being silent and just watching the proceedings and paying attention instead of having that fucking old ass man be like, "Huh? Can you speak up? I ain't hear what you say." You know. We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the victim is guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Judicial findings. Oh damn, we starting with you. I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. Okay, so then why are you saying guilty then? I don't understand that. I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. Accusing someone without right evidences? It is not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. She looks 12. What is she doing in court? It be your own dude sometimes, officer. Remember that? Oh, he in for a rude awakening. If we write about Courtney Scythe, which I think we are, he in for a rude awakening, bro. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asbin's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary. Stupid damn keyboard. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used, and why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Hey, shout outs to the DC podcast Twitter for shouting out the stream. Appreciate you. The defense's rebuttal. Alright, bitch. I'm saving it again in case I forget later. The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason. I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes when... Okay. That's interesting. You know what? You know, it's up to the police's discretion to bend the rules whenever they see fit. You know, that definitely goes over very well. You know, fucking... That'll never be seen as a terrible thing in the future. Not at all. What's wrong? And he says that as he pulls out his gun, bro. Jesus Christ. What's wrong with that? Where do I start? I've been working at the yard for 40 odd years. That's even more than I thought. We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. And now we don't trust them now, so, you know. We had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did... you gotta do that again. Forensic science was in its infancy, too. Even more than it is now. And she spearheaded the revolution. Dr. Scythe, you mean? That's right. About 10 years ago now it was. When I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. And now look at her. Head of the forensic investigation team. And a woman, no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you. Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air? We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim, we were. Full of vim. That's coming across loud and clear. But we're only just starting to understand this case. Yeah, so we're not going to convince this guy. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders on the Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to this case, is it? You're wrong there. Because it was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. And it was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrel responsible. Oh. That's right. Oh. Oh, that's right. Oh, that woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh. I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Damn, yeah, I don't think we're convincing that guy. Has nothing to do... Okay, maybe her. We can convince her. Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True. As it stands, we don't know of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow... If they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know. I think that's just you as a person. Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there. This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Courtney Stevens. Did she change her name? Has Scythe hasn't always been her last name? Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. Interesting. Let's find out this guy's story. What sort of problems? Let's just say we've had a run-in with each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Oh, yeah, there we go. I just realized we got the same mic. Oh yeah, the HyperX. Yeah, it's really good. Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole? Who are you calling a mass murderer? Huh? Wait, what? My mistake. I just got confused. I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Shoutouts to Mr. Sholmes yet again. Jesus. Perhaps we can move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. You really... Bro, put the fucking gun down, bro. And you clearly do. Back in my day. Back in the good old days. It wasn't like this. They're playing Gregson's theme. What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? No one would have called a coroner into question in them days. A coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens... I knew it! Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. She was the best of the best. And the apple of the force's eye. So they wanted to bang her. He said it? Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Ah, sorry. Got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Her maiden name? So that was before she was married. Oh, she has a kid, so makes sense. Of course, yes, silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it? Stevens. I'm sure I've heard that name somewhere recently. Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Well, yes, I don't see why not. I'ma save because, I mean, this looks like a layup, but I might fuck this up though, bro. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious. So, oh, okay, I thought I got it wrong. To whose statements do you refer, counsel? So, juror number 2. Oh, gosh, me? What can I do for you? I presume that you overheard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and through that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence, you say? Oh, how utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person portrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. The Professors? But the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is a certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my, Courtney Stevens. Strike a light. It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asmund, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged to explore this further. Let's go! Hey. Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the odds best coroner. Put your fucking gun away. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold the justice in the end. Hey. Just need 2 more. But you claim the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry? I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there'd have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science. I suppose we should expect nothing less from a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. But that perhaps means his mind could be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside the birdcage. Do I? Oh, I think this is where we use the broken glass. I must save it first, though, bro. All right, so I have evidence. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir. Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. Save scumming, let's go! Let's go! So you don't trust anyone in black. Looking in the mirror must be very trying then. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside that birdcage, namely... Let's go! What's that? A piece of glass. Though it's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket of the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though. It's very thick and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. The Crystal Tower? Holy smoke! Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass. From whence this ball piece originated. Is that it? Precisely. So what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you. Well, as I said, I only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. Okay. I've got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you? Corn cob? He's been growing back on the farm, picked him off on me way into town. He's a proper nibbler, is he? He is. Ah, yes. The nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe it could wait until after the trial? Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need kernels at times like these. Whenever I've something big to decide, the kernels always point me in the right direction. See? You're talking about your cob of corn? Nibble, nibble, guilty, guilty, what? Perhaps it's akin to fortune-telling with flower petals like people do back home. So Professor Hairbrain's fate is decided by a cob of corn. Could you not at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt? Ooh, I don't know about that. Me tongue's awfully full already. Amazing. That sounds like a fucking typewriter. Facts, bro. So, What about him? What sort of problems? Let's see. Right, I see. Obviously. Sometimes they even cook up stories to extort money from the poor. Well, that's definitely not right. Yes, and it is why I say that if you trust the police, you will have trouble. But here you are, claiming this waxwork model was stolen to star in an illusionary spectacular. The idea is so wild. I think I will take my chances and believe the authorities on this occasion. This is how the public at large view Scotland Yard, is it? Our own police force in Tokyo is not even 20 years old yet, is it? Perhaps we should view what's happened here in London as a measure of what may happen at home. Yes, like a Scotland yardstick. Dave's coming, baby. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer, counsel? If you could put down your corn for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? You've pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence, but the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, and the defense, as the defense demonstrated to the jurors sitting beside you. Ooh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest. Of course you don't. If I could interject here. Please do, sir. Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me, as a man of science, not to pursue the matter further. Nice. Ah, well, me too then. What? If this brainy gentleman says he's alright, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears. All right. She hopped on the bandwagon. Success, if you can call it that. Thank you, counsel. That will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time, and the trial must continue. We did it! Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory. I'm surprised Van Zieks didn't object. A waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony. Well, that's just fucking beautiful. If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner? Madam Tuspel. Let's go! I really thought that Lord Van Zieks would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madam Tuspels to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes. You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. Madame Tuspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. We need to get Courtney Scythe on the stand, bro. To be continued. Oh yeah, this case definitely going 6 hours, bro. I hope that all my fucking HP comes back, bro. Please. 24th of October, 11:53 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Sholmes is still here? Ah, the Knight Errant himself. It does, lol. Oh. Have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs. As a spectator, at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. Oh yeah, I forgot this trial is about you and Professor Hairbrain. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Oh, of course. I forgot you're not important anymore. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes. How true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes? In what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zieks. It seems that everybody who's pale as fuck in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes, in fact, I, alone, am not a member of the set. Though, that leaves me as an empty set. All alone, with no intersection to any other. Excuse me. Oh, shit! Dr. Scythe! Ah, Courtney Scythe, nee Stevens. Or Nye, or whatever. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. In what particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. Shit. Thanks, Gregson. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. Jesus. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Bro, I'm telling you, Strongheart is a fucking villain, bro. It's coming together, bro. He is the Damon Gann of the fucking late 1800s, early 1900s, bro. I'm telling you. Lord Strongheart. The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor's case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets. None at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. So she's not gonna be in the case? Oh my god, are they saving her for another case in the future? She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box. Whatever does it mean? Does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits! I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of a doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. Hey, shoutouts to Cluis for liking in between the stream. Appreciate you, bro. The god himself. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier. Or do they say caramel? Who cares? So I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. Jesus Christ. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. (24th of October, 12:40 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. The counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent away to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation, even though this is an Ace Attorney game, as seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zieks, my lord, are we still waiting for the arrival of Madame Tuspels? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well, bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. Oh shit. Is that a fucking Sholmes? A Sholmes waxwork? State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels.
I am a waxwork artisan, and the proprietress of the Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon.
Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world.
Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face?
A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model? Kidnapped?
Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I've just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman.
But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar.
Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd.
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved into your fancy figure beneath that mask, but clearly it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed, the man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
Quel dommage. I think that's how you say it. It would seem you are unaware of the Tuspel's principles.
What principles?
The family Tuspels has always prided itself on sculpting its models a la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Tuspels waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tuspels family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site.
Damn!
You are correct. The model is on display still today, in the House of Horrors. We Tuspels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, what a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath that mask?
Oui. The true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel's special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, Madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure.
The Professor Waxwork.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of a gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. So she must have seen him. The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this? I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do? So you truly saw it. The face of that monster. Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tuspels would not be Tuspels if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it.
Charles... Oh shit, Charles Darwin? For his highly important contributions and researches in the field of geology, zoology, and botanical physiology. The signature? Oh shit! It's Asmon's signature. Oh shit, good shit, Lenny. I didn't even notice that. That's interesting. A newspaper. So, I'm assuming the person who wrote this article was Asmon? Or, I don't understand why his signature is on this. That's very interesting. I didn't have to scream at my screen this time. So, let me compare. Yeah, it's definitely his signature. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. Well, monsieur. They do. They definitely do. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links Drebber with Dr. Scythe. And there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Mata! And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale now, but
One that no Londoner would ever forget. Alright. I know just what you're talking about, I think. Of course, it couldn't be anything else. Yes, that story that will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. The corpse climbed out of his own grave. And then somebody shot him? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But it was just a story. I mean, this is exactly the scene that could be seen today at your museum, isn't it? This special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madame, might I say something? Please, go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often, rumors contain elements of the truth. I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful?
That's true! Maybe he didn't die. Richard said not the Switch Pro rumors. Those are completely made up. Those are entirely fiction.
It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery, after the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging. I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. Never gonna happen? It's never gonna happen! Oh yeah! The Switch will be trash forever. Nintendo hates power. Nintendo hates power. Their fans, their games, online in general. It hates Legend of Zelda anniversaries. They hate a lot of things. So I can assure you, the man was dead. I see. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate. Is that true of every waxwork in your museum, then? It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know. What sort of letters? When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. I don't know how to say that. No! My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even. Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax. And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor, whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principles of touch spells. I'm just gonna assume that the gravedigger was fucking, was Drebber back in the day. Surely that's illegal, isn't it? It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is the raison d'etre of the Tuspel's Museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the Professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The Professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread carefully, madame. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So 10 years ago, on the night of the Professor's execution, you took a wax impression. Hey, what's goody, Ricky? What's up, bro? You took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. Oui, exactement. You were there longer than you expected to be. I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? Chillin' just got off that new TMNT game. God has logged in. Facts, bro. God has graced us with his presence, bro. How you liking the TMNT game? I can't wait to play it tomorrow. I heard from a lot of other people that they really enjoying it. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. The game is fire. I can't wait, bro. And it's 6 players online? Let's go. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, imagine imagine having more than 4 players online, bro. That's crazy. Is the imagine just imagine it, bro. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because of rigor mortis. Wrigley mortis? Jesus, Rinosuke. It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. I got dibs on Michelangelo. Oh yeah, we already all called dibs in the podcast chat, bro. I bought it yesterday. Oh, same. I bought it the day it came out. I already have that bitch installed and everything. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis. I'll play it if I feel better tomorrow. Oh, hopefully you do, bro. The crossplay is a little weird with the game, so just be mindful on that. Oh yeah, I heard about that. So hopefully they can fix that or something. Or whatever. But I can't wait. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. Ugh. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that. Oh yeah, it's significant. Sure. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. This is no time for jokes, Mr. Sato. Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Bien, sir. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. Midnight. Okay. Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death. Is that right? Oui. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject. No. That is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I will admit to my ignorance about forensic science. I can ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like. I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. Oh dear. I'll do my very best. As dawn approached. You say that dawn was approaching? What time of the day, what was the time of day then, approximately? Well, I could not say, but when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. The execution took place on the 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year. Indeed it did. First light would have been at around 4:40 in the morning. That really is early. The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half an hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me, or does Mr. Shum seem to be taking its shape more quickly now, too? You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame. I wonder, is what she yeah. Madame, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant. Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. At a sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant by significant. I'm trying to piece these details together. So, what I was initially thinking that, so he died by hanging at midnight, but she finished her work in a half an hour before sunrise. So that was like what, 4:10 in the morning. But she's saying it took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. But she said, I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise. So that means she did it after then? But I don't know which one to Damn it! Here we go again. Onset of rigor mortis. There we go, it was this one, okay. Let's go. Madam Tuspels. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Qui? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating a wax impression just before dawn. And at that time, rigor mortis had not set in. Am I correct so far, madam? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 or 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in. Yes, you are right. The chin. Yes, you're quite right. The chin. It would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong. No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! Order! Order! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of staff at Barclay Prison, where the execution took place. By heck, extraordinary. Not in my day. My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's lip jaw with my own... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen then in that case? It's almost impossible to believe. But this is Ace Attorney. But it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Counsel, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
fuck? Is it the article? It has to be the article. Okay, here we go. Let's go! What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again. Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. Oui, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night. Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. But in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him now. On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the man in question? That you know, who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now, then, counsel. Herlock Sholmes? But nah. It's obviously Drebber, bro. He has the same monocle and everything. The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber? The previous witness? The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork recreates the decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Order, order, order! Surely not, counsel. Drebber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery. What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tuspel doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Meta. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No, but that would mean... Madame Tuspels, it would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber. Oui, yes, I know it, but from long ago in the past. What? Oh my, good gracious. Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man,
No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown in the court. So you're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London, and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit of my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you? Exactamente. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork, and since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of the terror from the cemetery. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the... You know what? Bro, I almost forgot that... I almost forgot this had anything to do with the fucking Crystal Tower case. Jesus Christ. This is like 2 cases... This is definitely like 2 cases in one. My goodness. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Hairbrain shouldn't have even showed up. Like in the middle of all this like amazing like background information and lore, like they're just letting Hairbrain go free. Like, yeah, you're free to go. This has nothing to do with you. This has nothing to do with you anymore. You're free to leave. Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Oh, to like maybe force her into cooperating? Is Dr. Scythe... has she just been blackmailed this whole time? Ah! Very rare does Van Zieks get destroyed like that. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? Oh, gee, I wonder why. That's not fucking suspicious to anybody. She told us so herself, didn't she? She definitely did. And Lord Strongheart, bro, I'm telling you. This man protecting some sort of secret. He's trying to use his power to hide something, bro. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. Oh shit! But Lord Van Zieks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Oh shit, is he having his Edgeworth moment? Where he's like, oh, I'm gonna do what's right? The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let's go! Let's fucking go. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Let's fucking go! He is becoming Edgeworth, bro. Order, order, order! Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Alright then. Van Zieks the fucking goat. This man is like I don't give a fuck what Lord Strongheart says, bro. We on my authority. Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Oh, Tuspels is still up there. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zieks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or it disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. I fucking knew it, bro. This is his defining Edgeworth moment, bro. Let's fucking go. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. Oh shit, we're still on that. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Tuh, don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? Oh shit. If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court, tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance, actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Tuspel's, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, wasn't he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Let me breakdance for a quick minute. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth.
Oh, what's up, Dreamer? Salutations, Lord Van Zeeks' best boy. Oh, he definitely had a golden moment right now. This man had his Edgeworth moment. So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say? Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. In terms of prosecutors, it goes Edgeworth, Van Zeeks, Godot, them, and Blackwell for me. For me, I think everybody has to have Edgeworth as number one, right? Just because he was there from the beginning. He's been there the longest. He's helped you out. He's even been a defense attorney, quote unquote. So I feel like he's definitely, he has to be number one, right? Number two, I would agree. I would say that either Van Zeeks or Godot. Godot was so good, bro, and his story was tragic. Fuck Dahlia, by the way. I don't know, but Van Zeeks is good too, so that's hard. And I would say, yeah, Blackwell's good. He would definitely be like number 4. And no one has what was his name? Naruto from Spirit of Justice. No one has him on anyone's list. Or what was his name? Clavier? No, Christoph Gavin? Was that the prosecutor, or was it Clavier? Well, one of the Gavin brothers. He was a prosecutor. He wasn't very good either. I like Clavier a lot too. But I do too, but in comparison to like Edgeworth or Van Zeeks, Clavier or Gavin, yeah. In comparison to Edgeworth though, like or Van Zeeks or even Godot, I don't know. I can see where they were going with Clavier. They're trying to do something different. Clavier was too nice from the beginning. He was. I mean, Christoph was Apollo's mentor who cost Phoenix his badge. Yeah, he was the true villain of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. I don't know, Clavier. Like, I like him, but at the same time, in terms of like best prosecutors, if we're gonna have a list, he's not in the top 3. He's not in the top 3 or even 4. I think I like Blackwell more than Clavier, to be honest. But I did like the dynamic of like two brothers, you know, one a prosecutor, one a defense attorney type of thing. I did like that. And I did like that it was kind of like a role reversal, at least for the series, where like usually the prosecutors were all evil and always like Francis. You know what? I forgot about
Francisca slipped my mind. She is underrated, and she did kind of have some redemption, a little bit. She did kind of have some redemption, but I kind of wish she came back, you know? Blackwell had a lot of potential. He did. And then in Spirit of Justice, for some reason, like, he was helping out Athena. I don't know. I feel like Blackwell should have been, like, should have been the prosecutor for against Athena in that one case in Spirit of Justice, but that's just me, though. So that those two can have a rivalry, you know? Nayuta, I called him Naryuta. I forgot his name is Nayuta. Also had a lot of potential, but they fumbled him. I did. Best lawyer for me is Mia and Edgeworth's dad, Gregory Edgeworth. Oh, definitely. Mia, obviously, she was great. Nayuta, I did like that he had some sort of connection to Apollo. But the problem is that they introduced that connection like so early on in the game, like in Apollo Justice, like the first game. No mention of any family whatsoever. Even in Dual Destinies, no mention of any family whatsoever. And then all of a sudden, in Spirit of Justice, he has, you know, a surrogate father, a brother, quote unquote. You know, it's just, I don't know. I feel like if those characters were treated. Also, how many backstories are we gonna get for Apollo? That's what I'm saying. Like, we went from Apollo Justice, like the actual game, having no backstory. He was just some lawyer. He was just some lawyer. Just, oh, I'm out of law school and I'm working at this law firm, and all of a sudden I'm working for Phoenix Wright, and then it turned out, oh, he had a friend who was an astronaut and he was really close friends with him, and then in Spirit of Justice, oh yeah, I came from another country. Like, who's your favorite detective? Gumshoe, Emma. For me, it's gotta be Gumshoe. Gumshoe. He was the OG. I know he was like more comic relief as a detective, but I like Gumshoe a lot. Gregson's cool too. Don't get me wrong, I like Gregson too. Emma was cool. Herlock. Oh yeah, Shilong Ling. Yeah. But I don't know. Gumshoe's just the OG, I guess. Herlock Sholmes, he definitely has. He's more. I feel like he's more interesting in this game because he definitely. We saw a little bit of that intrigue towards the end of Greatest Attorney 1. I was obviously he was keeping secrets, and even more so in this game. So it's getting interesting. I like Gumshoe in the first game, but after that he kind of fell off for me. I like the progression, like with Edgeworth. You know, he started off more of like, okay, he was dumb, and then he was like antagonistic, and then after a while, like, he helped you out. You know, I did like that. Also, Susato by far is the best assistant, then Kay, then Maya, and then Emma tied. Honestly, and I remember, when people first started playing this game, they're like, Susato, bro, Susato is goated, bro. I like. Some people might feel like, oh, she's not as like wacky or silly as Maya, but to me, I feel like that's a good thing. No one even remembers Juicy. She was just on and off for Apollo, I guess. Kay was definitely dope. I like Kay. Maya and Emma tied. I'd say Maya a little bit higher than Emma for me as an assistant. It's just that they kept using the Maya being kidnapped or Maya in trouble or Maya being framed story beats so many times. Like, I don't know, it kind of devalued Maya.
Trucy was cool. I like the magic stuff and like the kind of sort of brother sister relationship her and Apollo had. Trucy is a magician, yeah, but she did help out Apollo though in Apollo Justice. Out of all the backstories they give Apollo, they still never told him he's related to Trucy, and that's so stupid, bro. Like at the end of Spirit of Justice, you see Phoenix talking to fuck, what was her name? Oh, what was her fucking name? Whatever, their mom, and Phoenix himself was like, you know, don't you think it's about time, like you tell them, like the truth? And she was like, you know, I guess so, maybe. Lamora, yeah, there we go. And I'm like just now at the end of Spirit of Justice, you're gonna think about telling them the truth? Like, come on. Also, Dahlia, best villain. We were actually talking about that the other day, like about Dahlia and stuff like that. Like, bro, Dahlia, oh my god, well, like Dahlia to me was the most ruthless villain. Mad on Guard was also pretty bad too, you know, like bad in a despicable ways. Like Mad on Guard, bro, the shit he pulled, bro. Oh my god, he was a great villain. He definitely was a great villain. But Dahlia, I think, because she, like, her evilness like lasted multiple cases. She had a personal connection with Phoenix and Mia and Godot, like main characters of the game. Mad on Guard was a pussy though. He was definitely a pussy, but I will say that he did, as far as villains go, he did ruin people's lives, you know, and he caused people to do things that they wouldn't normally do, you know, like with Adrian Andrews, for example. Like, she went through all that shit just to frame Mad on Guard because of what he did. And also, like, the shit that led to certain people's deaths in that case. Like, I don't know, man. It was pretty wild. Gant was good. I kind of wish he was in the actual original version of the game, kind of as like a persistent character, kind of doing things behind the scenes here and there, kind of make you question, like, is this guy a good person or not? And then in the 5th case, like, oh, we taking him down type of thing. I kind of wish that was how it happened, but Gant, nevertheless, was a great villain. He was fantastic. Richard said the Phantom. Oh my god, the Phantom, bro. Oh my, like, I like how, like, they made it seem like, oh my god, he's like this super secret spy. No one knows their identity. They can be anybody, anytime. And they didn't even follow up on that in Spirit of Justice. They just let that. Like, yeah, he's caught. Yeah. Oh my god. The Phantom was not. It wasn't it, bro. It was not it. One thing I wish they explored was the Mia and Lana relationship. Might have been cool. Yeah, that would, honestly, I would think so. I think so. Like, cause I did like that Lana had some sort of connection to Mia, and I like that dynamic. Like Lana looking at Phoenix like you're not half as good a lawyer as she is and stuff like that. I definitely would have liked to seen like how they were back in school or something. Richard said it should have just been Fulbright. Don't make it some faceless. Yeah, like an evil detective, like setting up stuff. Maybe he could have had like a prideful reason, like maybe he wanted to have all these accomplishments. That's why he set up the crimes himself or something like that. I don't know. I think that would have been way more interesting than some guy we never heard of or heard from since. No connection to anybody, just some guy.
Also, I want Lana to come back. Oh, my bad. Like, I forgot. I'm still playing a game right now. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. And it was all because of that newspaper article. Also, Lana is retired. Oh, is she retired? Oh, didn't she say she wanted to, I forgot what she said she wanted to do. Ah, damn. Also, let's not forget Prosecutor Kazuma. He was brilliant. Well, bro, Kazuma. I still can't believe he's a prosecutor, or at least an apprentice. I'm sure he'll be, I'm sure, Kazuma will be a prosecutor and a rival to, Ryunosuke. But I can't wait to see that. I cannot wait to see that. It's kind of assumed because Edgeworth has a job. Yeah, chief prosecutor, yeah. I wonder what she's doing now. Or they just forgot about her and just like, it's like, They brought back Emma though, so. Dun, 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 dun. Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course. You'd have to have a screw loose if you believed the corpse would come back from the dead. She's non-canon? Like she no one cares about her, bro. I also want Iris to come back, bro. For no reason. But, so you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly. Yes. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in the cemetery for some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? I hated Emma in Apollo Justice, but loved her in Spirit of Justice. She was a lot more chill and less aggressive with the snack foods, bro. True. That's right. Oh, that's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, he had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes. Exhuming fresh corpses to sell at as reasonably lucrative. Of course. This theme, let's go! Yeah, that's a great theme. I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were the one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. There's Cosmo right there, bro! Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers. That's a dumb name. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, Scythe gives me Quistis vibes. They're both beautiful blondes. Quistis? Oh, Scythe is like that's definitely like platinum blonde.
From Final Fantasy 8? Oh, I never played Final Fantasy 8. Oh, FF8, yes? Oh, okay. Let me look that up, actually. I'm interested. Oh. Yeah, I could see it. But this is like she's more of like an actual blonde, I guess. Whereas Scythe is more like platinum blonde. I can see what you're talking about though. Like the same, like almost has like the same facial expression too.
Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish.
I was just thinking how Drebber reminds me of Sephiroth. You know, they both have long hair and great, and they both have white hair. You know. I'm pretty sure I saw Drebber with a sword. You know what I will say? I like Drebber's design. I like the gear hand. Have a follow, King. Hey, appreciate the follow. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish.
We at 137 now. Let's go. 137 followers, baby. Only 13 more to 150.
Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now. At once, my lord.
Ooh. Let me stretch a little bit. Ugh.
In a cemetery 10 years earlier.
Mata! By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you?
Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. The lantern and spade.
I like Drebber. He's crazy in a cute way. I just like the cool, especially his hand. It looks pretty dope. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body?
Any major hospital.
A hospital?
In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious agreements with a hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see? That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Hairbrain said exactly the same thing. I forgot about him. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you revealed this abhorrent behavior. Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day.
The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny.
Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time. You know, I was shaking like a leaf, but they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead. I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. and it spread like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. Mata! What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration. Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate, then? Well... Ooh. What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I saw what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves that I encountered the professor that night. Man, Renziek's just oozes appeal. I'm into girls, but some guys are just... I'm telling you. Prosecutor, like, they always make the prosecutors, like, look so fucking, like, elaborate and shit. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? If we have anything that at all, Mr. Naruhodo, I know. I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. I'm gonna say the camera. Dumb bot didn't tell us you was streaming. Oh. What's up, Shinobu? Except, no, you'd have fucked that guy. I didn't know either. Oh, what's up, Will? What's up, Shinobu? How y'all doing? Hope everybody's doing well. I'm gonna present the camera because it seemed like he had his camera with him, and there's dark stains in the inside of it. Fuck. God damn it. I tagged you with the Final Fantasy Crisis Core Switch version trailer. Good. Is your voice sore? It is what it is. The Switch version trailer. I kind of hope TG makes the Switch trailer, bro. The Switch trailer, bro. Did you ever play P5 Royal? It's coming to PC. Oh, I did play it. I played Persona 2, 3, 4, and 5. And it's coming to... Yeah, I'm definitely double dipping. I'm definitely double dipping, bro.
Surely something about that last statement seems odd. Oh, okay. I forgot I got this wrong. I thought it was the camera, but I guess not. I'll just keep pressing then. That young woman being, Madame Tuspels, of course. Precisely. I must say I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article, and I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell. I concluded. I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. Was it the camera? Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madame? His camera. Oh, yes, I made a point in taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir? To what end? To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Tuspels way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes. Interesting. Okay, so then... Okay. There we go. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. And it was all because of that newspaper article. This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus? Yes. Somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article. And carelessly let slip that night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology, and use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Scythe are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to... Okay. Oh my god, damn, bro! It's still not... It's... I pressed every statement. I don't know what it could be. Drebber is sus as fuck. Let's see. So it changed to this is the actual camera he had 10 years ago. I never actually saw the professor. Let me go through this again. You have evidence that proves that I encountered the professor that night. Not that. Damn, I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking for. The Royal Society Award. Alright. That helped me in no way. Yeah, I really don't know. Let's see. Is there any material evidence that could show that he really did see the professor? If we had anything at all, but I don't... It would only be the camera then. Bro, I'm truly stumped. That's crazy. I have no idea what... Like, they're hinting at the camera, but... I mean, obviously this blood stain, but... Oh my god, this is so frustrating. Pivotal moment in my life. Oh my god. He never saw the professor. Maybe inspect the blood? I did, it's just... Never mind. Never mind. Let's see. No, I never actually saw it. They keep saying that if there's like a material piece of evidence that can show that he did see it. Only thing I can think of is the camera, but it's... The article? But why would it be the article, though? Never saw the professor, actually. Unless... Is it the waxwork head? I'm safe scumming, bro. Da, 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 da. Fuck. God damn it. Okay. Alright. I guess the article, I have... Oh my god, the article? I need to hear this. Sorry, Mr. Gerber, but I don't believe that. I'm kind of mad that that was the answer. I'm kind of mad. I'm actually heated that that was the answer. There better be a good fucking explanation as to why it's the article. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, I would have lost the game. It was decided in the closed courts, ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial.
Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. See, and how are we supposed to know that? I'm kind of mad, bro. So, Mr. Dribber, as you've just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Order, order. Well, Mr. Drebber. It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. Which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course. Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow graveyard. What? A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly, the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say? But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. We might assume that that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Yes, well. I can only assume it was an embellishment. Madam Tuspels, don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. Pardon. I was lost in my thoughts, all alone. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot. Stop! You might want to watch your tongue, you know. Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madame Tuspels, carry on. Of course. According to Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask. And the blood that splattered all over you when he was shot.
Oh! Oh. Okay. So that's where the camera comes in. Enough! Shut up, woman. You're making all this up. That will do. Mr. Drebber. Yes. You refute the account just given by Madame Tuspels. I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on! Do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. There we go. Here we let me save it first, bro. Save's coming, baby. Now we use the camera. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this. I've never heard him say hold it before. What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting... Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood, not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question, 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night. But why? But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose, then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone. Yes, my lord, and clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? Time to save? The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe? Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who had been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. And if it was the professor.
That would be an unprecedented scandal. This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not even in Great Britain. But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. And if that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean... It would mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating, I fucking knew it, in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Hey, I was wondering when we'd see the the foot on the table thing. Lord Van Zeeks. Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me. It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger? And disposed of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? There is the contract, that's very true. There's something else, though. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme, especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means, Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? Cosmo just moves out the way How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright. Who exactly was Mr. Asmund Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. Except Rob, because he pointed it out to me. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is.
Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Rob. You did, bro. Honestly, I did not see his signature until you said something, bro. You saved me a huge headache, bro. Thank you. Right there. Correct. It's this newspaper article, my lord, that was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. Okay. It's my armband. It's this. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means... Oh, sorry. I read it in Van Zeke's voice. That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yeah, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asmund dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence which, when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, established a motive for the deed. I'm saving it again. Alright. It's gotta be the contract. I knew it. It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asmund. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. I left for like 20 minutes. How'd you get down to 1 strike? Well, it was the part where I had to establish some material evidence showing that Drebber did actually see the professor. And I was stunned. I was like presenting the camera, I was presenting all kinds of things, and I'm like, I'm gonna take a chance. I'm gonna show the article. And I was mad that the article was right, bro. I was angry. Like, how the fuck is it the article? That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asmund. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, with only 1 HP left, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract? It's his face! No, I'm just kidding. Correct. What these 2 pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? I mean, did you all even see it, bro? I'll be like Rob, bro. Like, bro, what about the signature? Ain't nobody seen it? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen on the bottom right corner of the drawing. He's like, ah, shit. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asmund's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical. In short, the journalist who drew up the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asmund. Ugh. Finally, bro. We finally see this man have his fucking I'm fucked animation. But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asmund? Bro, come on, Van Zeeks? Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Gerber talked about that article in his testimony. And basically how he had to leave the university, his dreams of being a scientist were ruined, like, essentially fucked up his life. I mean, that's people have killed for a lot less. Grave robbing, you say? At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Asmund used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asmund managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asmund. Enough! Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it's true, I had to leave university as a result of that article. But it was just a straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other, after all. I mean, that is true. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of university because of Logate was the best thing that could have happened to me. Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent? Ah, shit. I have no idea. I don't know, bro. I'm saving it. Oh, shit. Am I gonna get a game over? That I was, Oh, the science trophy. Yeah. Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed upon a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious. Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. you had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. Damn. I kind of feel bad for Drebber. The truth is, finally, he's going to fold. No, I think we have another 2 hours. Is that I didn't give a fuck. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? She just... Oh, what? What? She just admits it? Bitch, you could have saved us 20... No. How long has it been since we've been interrogating him? Fucking bro. Over an hour. What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No. Good lord! What the fuck? Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor, again staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night, 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Wow. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? Oh! Whoa! How? 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 Of all the things, bro, your literal accomplice is saying that you did it. What the fuck? How, bro? How, bro? This man... I don't think there's ever been a witness this tenacious. Jesus Christ. Your accomplice literally said, yeah, I had to cooperate with this. I have a note. Like... Richard said, looks like we have 5 more testimonies and 3 more summation examinations to go. Oh, by the way, here's another investigation day. I admit nothing at all. What? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way to prove I did anything wrong. No! Order, order, order! Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zieks? Yes. I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor... Yeah! For that... Yeah, I mean, you know, he for some reason he's still, you know, here. He's still locked up for... Yeah, Albert who? For some reason, the professor is still here. Oh my god. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrained. Very true. It had slipped my mind. Ours too, Van Zieks. Ah yes, the original defendant. Yeah, hey yo, where is he? Actually, Your Honor, he went home like 4 hours ago. He's been chilling at his house. He's actually in the public gallery right now watching the proceedings. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense. He playing Xbox. Thereby absolving the defendant of any the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean at the present time it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? He's like, yes. More summations, please. None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. And I like that they kind of leave this as like half finished in a way. Because you know this is going to be brought up in a future case. You've proven Professor Harebrained's innocence. It just ends like this? Oh, they definitely setting this up for a future case. They just gave us a little bit of a taste right now. Without further ado, then the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is further testimony. Your Honor, the defense objects to the trial ending at this... Oh, future case, you ain't fucking done. Oh, are you serious? The defense objects to the trial ending at this time. I'm like, what the fuck? I beg your pardon. Oh, are you serious, Richard? Jesus. Oh! As soon as I thought that... Bro. As soon as I thought, like, you know what? They said that, alright, this is an abrupt end, but you know what? We're saving this for a future case. Naruhodo was like, hey, where the fuck do you think you're going? We stayed streaming, bro. Oh my god. We demand one final testimony. What? That's what I'm saying, Judge. Jesus Christ. You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume. What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Well, little did you know, Van Zeeks, Naruhodo is the protagonist, bro. Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth. The whole truth. I thought for sure he was about to say nothing but the truth. And a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes. In hindsight. Yes, one would have... Oh, he did say this. Jesus, yeah, Richard, you're right, bro. This does feel like a final case. This is something a final case would do. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client, and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? You know, I shouldn't have assumed that because we didn't get the pursuit theme yet. Like, we need to hear the pursuit theme first, and then the trial can end. About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further than with another tedious cross-examination. Let's go! Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it? What is your objection, Lord Van Zeeks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid! If there is more to this case than has yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the better end. You'll what? Lord Van Zeeks. This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Aye, very well. It all began at the scene where I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. I'm glad I didn't try to do this case yesterday, because I would have been... It would have been fucking midnight when I finished. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant. 10-hour stream, baby! Which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. Nothing seems out of the ordinary, so I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say.
And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being as being in the crystal tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. Well, we must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. Oh, sorry. Why did I read it like that? Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination. Oh, there's no need for a cross-examination. Richard, what do you think? I think there's gonna be another cross-examination, bro. No, I disagree. Damn. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at the expression. Just look at that expression. There's always a need for cross-examination. Just look at that expression from Dr. Side's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord.
Oh, shit.
I'm gonna need info. From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea who was behind it? There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I'd never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it? I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse is bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zieks. I'm well aware of that. So as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body? So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower, and the waxwork. I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such directions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Drubber and returned to Madame Tuspel's. I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage. Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. When you say arrange, I presume you mean with this? Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Harebrained alone could have killed Asmund. So, you mean that was your doing? I fetched Harebrained's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone, to the abyss, under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. Oh, wow. And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was... the trauma resulted from the 30-foot drop. My word. What is it, Miss Susato? Something about Dr. Scythe's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe. There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh, which part? Ah, shit. The real cause of death? What she did to the victim. Let me see. I don't see what the problem is, though. Ah, man. I'm saving it again, bro, because I don't remember. The real cause of death, or what she did to the victim. What she did? How you stabbed Mr. Asman in the chest. That part. Fine, if that's what you want. But there's really no need to point. The prosecution concurs. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged a screwdriver into the chest. I think I need to change it. No, not Andrew the screwdriver. Have her change it. Neck trauma, but the cage. Fuck. Alright. Alright, we gotta reload. That's the first time I've ever had to reload. Okay. It's the first time I've had to... I guess the real cause of death.
So it isn't that. Then, what could it be, though? Fuck! God damn. That's my second reload. Jesus Christ. Alright. Okay, so I'm not understanding this. The real cause of death, what she did to the victim. At least this song is fun. At least we get to listen to the song. Jesus. I feel so dumb, bro. Like, this should be obvious, but I don't. Because, like, she obviously rearranged the crime scene. So I don't know what's real and what's fake. See, I thought that dying because of a 30-foot fall, you know, the neck breaking, I thought that was wrong because this fell tail first, not head first. What she did to the victim. She went up, got up to the cage, and stabbed him. Why would there be any problems with that, though? What was this? Okay. You have to really think about the scene they showed you. Nah, shit. That means I gotta see it again. Then what she did to the victim, then? Because if I remember correctly, in that scene, she walked up, grabbed the screwdriver with both hands, and then plunged it into his chest. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the top of the cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest. I stood over... excuse me, the screwdriver has a name. My bad, bro. So, if I remember correctly, she said that she wanted to be the one that plunged the screwdriver in the chest and not to let anybody else know. Not to let any of the team know about it. So how come it's readily visible here then? And this is taken at when he... I knew it! I fucking knew it! Oh my god. Sorry, I'm proud of myself right now. Because she said that you know, she didn't want the team to know, or she wanted to be the one who did it. But then, like, you still see you still see it right there at the Crystal Tower. So I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely... Oh, wait! This is it plays in this case? I love this theme! I love this! Oh my god, this theme is fire, bro! That this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth.
My dick is hard right now. What on earth is the matter, Council?
Prelude to Pursue, baby! Oh my, this theme is so good! I didn't know it played in this trial.
What on earth is the matter, Council? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Sorry, the music is fire right now. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. I don't like hearing fire music. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. Which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death. The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it. Shut up, Van Zieks. Don't you hear my music playing? Yes, we have already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean? My dick is rock hard now. I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement?
I'm saving it just in case, bro. I'm saving it just in case. It's gotta be these. Ah, shit. Wait, then it's not that? Okay, I purely get... Okay, my line of thinking was wrong then. Your logic was wrong, but you got the right evidence? Yeah. See, what I was thinking was, like, I thought she didn't want the team to know about the stab. But I was thinking, well, you guys moved him and the stab is visibly right there. That doesn't match up. Like, it's at the Crystal Tower location. But now I have no idea what they want me to do. Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement?
Where did I go wrong?
Oh, okay. Think about the scene where she stabbed him. Okay, I don't know if I'm right, but she said she stabbed him in the chest, right? It looks like right here. Oh, you can't even see my finger. Like right here, where you see that strap It looks like it was purposely moved out of the way and then stabbed right there. Or maybe, I don't know. Was it this? The scene where she stabbed him. Yeah, if I remember in the scene, she grabbed both hands and aimed for his chest, like right here, but the wound is right here, though. So I don't know what I should present, like the middle of his chest, or... don't know. This music's fire, though. I'm gonna say it. Oh, let's go! Okay, okay. Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downwards direction toward the man's feet. Again, wrong. Jesus, I'm really getting it wrong. Oh, okay. Okay. I guess I can see where... Okay, I can see where it's going now. The blood stain... What he's saying right now is extending downwards. Why would it do that if he was laying on his back? Right? Is that correct? So was the thing still upright? Okay. And why is that significant, Counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Ah! Of course, no, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after. Right. But she made it sound like... Okay, now I understand it. Was after the grand deception was set in motion when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after a 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed a longitudinal appearance we see in the picture is inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be... I thought this was kind of done because his chest arches downwards. Well, I can kind of agree. And also, blood can go in any direction. So for it to... So I didn't really see that point if, like, the blood was just going downwards. I mean, that's not really... You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe I'm just covering up for me being stupid, but I kind of feel like it's a little bit reaching, but it is what it is. This part had me like, what the fuck? I just like... because it, like, if they had said like, oh, like beforehand, like, oh, like the but they wouldn't have really known then. Like, the problem, I guess, is that a lot of this was hidden from us until Dr. Scythe just revealed that, oh yeah, I messed with the crime scene and I did this and I did that, and it's just like, well, there's no, like, we haven't seen it for ourselves, so a lot of this is in the dark for us. I don't know. There's no physical reference to go back to old evidence. Maybe if the blood was really trailing down, not just like a little. Because if you look at the picture, yeah, I mean, that's reasonable, right? Like, and it kind of goes a little bit upwards too, but I guess. I don't know. It must be the case when you stabbed Mr. Asman when he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total... Hey, now we got it. It was a total fabrication. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. It doesn't matter anymore because fire music. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe, you claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie, because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man? Like, you know, it's like, bro, you know it's confusing, bro, when Van Zieks is like, bro, tell me, please, I need to know. Jesus Christ. Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation, and I also hear amazing music. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction of her testimony? I'm gonna save it because I'm scared of losing. The stabbing of the victim. The answer is very simple, if you consider this a sequence of events. If when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord. That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No, that is the misapprehension. Oh, that he wasn't dead? So we got it backwards. The stab was actually was what killed him. The drop was the fabrication? All the way back to the prelude. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. And he wasn't dead yet. But Mr. Asman didn't... Oh my god. Oh my god. Did it die in the fall? He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. And she killed him, just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Damn. Like, I didn't think that would happen. Jesus. Mr. Odie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrained. Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you. Let's go, bro. 2 pursuits in one trial. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Take that, you stupid bitch. Order, order, order. Can this possibly be true?
Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end before you were accused for a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh shit, she's losing it. Oh dude, shut up. You're so desperate now, you're making all this up. As if I would do something like that. Hey. I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. And, you know, dumb luck with dumb luck with me, bro. I'm just somehow I accurately got the fucking evidence, bro. Logic, don't make me laugh. Lady, do you not hear the music? Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? As that I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Asman was involved in many of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder, but there is no known connection to Dr. Scythe here. Unless we find out that Asman killed Scythe's husband. Not that they haven't mentioned that he's dead, but she's married and she has a daughter, but we have not seen her husband. And I'm gonna assume that he's dead, and maybe Asman was responsible for that. We shall see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. Shut up, Judge. True, there's no obvious motive. Her husband is the skeleton in her office. True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report, but murdering someone for no reason is a very different story. No, when you questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What? What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe... Why I start to say that I would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. The Iron Mask? What? Why would... I don't think it's the Iron Mask. And the scalpels? What would that have to do with it? The screwdriver? I honestly have no idea. like I don't like. It can't be the mask, right? No, it's not the mask. And why would the screw? This is harebrained. So the scalpels then? Why isn't our armband an option? I guess I'll say scalpels. Like I have no idea, honestly. It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels. Did you say scalp? Did you say scalpels? like I have some big revelation. Like, oh shit, scalpels? I was right, bro. I don't even know, bro. I'm lost, bro. I'm fucking lost. I don't know why that makes any sense. The 500 scalpels. There you go. Okay. You're right. The 500 scalpels. Like a month, right? 500 scalpels a month. Okay. But what does that have to do with Asmund, though? Like, is he the one selling it to her? Or... I guess we'll see. It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You! Come on, out with it! It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Right, okay. Look at this big thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of forensic investigation team spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis. And one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. And I'm assuming they're buying from Asmund? Is Asmund the one selling you those scalpels? What has he got on you? 500 scalpels a month? At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asmund's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Okay. Tracing money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asmund was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information that he was researching, and she was being blackmailed, okay, by him. Information relating to Dr. Syed's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Jesus Christ! Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean? Time for another testimony. I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. But clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. Okay, I get it. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asmund in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. Bro, I'm gonna be mad if she just pops up and says, who can say? Who knows? And then we're like, oh my god, what the fuck? It appears we need to have another testimony. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. What if the jury still thinks Hairbrain is guilty? Oh, time for another judicial fucking findings again, bro. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened. I almost forgot about Drebber. To be honest, Jesus. 10 years ago, you told him the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know? They don't recognize the fact they don't have the talent. They don't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. Why can't they have that hope stamped out of them like me? Why can't they be Why can't they be as pessimistic as I am? They make me sick. I can't abide with their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admitted. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asmund's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asmund, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model, in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Scythe to be precise. Damn. So this case is fucking wild, bro. Jesus. The twists and turns of this case. Oh my god. Jesus. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmund turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye about the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him, for revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. Damn. This case is crazy, man. Jesus Christ. We on hour 5, baby. Damn, bro. Are we on hour 5? Anybody who's gotten this far into the VOD on YouTube, I appreciate it. Holy shit. Their actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis, but you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. That's true. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. Damn. That's facts, though. I... Lord Van Zeeks, what of Dr. Scythe? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber. A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain, I don't even know why you're still here. You should have gone home. Oh, yes? Yeah, I'm still here. You just see him, like, waking up from his sleep, like, Professor Harebrain! Oh, yeah, I'm up. It seems that there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt. This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy, I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor, what was your name again? I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research, misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing, and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Lord Van Zeeks. And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. I agree with what he said. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and to work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams. That's laudable, not laughable. Damn, Zeeks! Alright. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. That was really nice of him. Oh. Thank you, Barrack. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury... Oh, everyone left. Yes, my lord. It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of... Like, even the... Van Zeek's a real homie. Like, even the judge is like, please don't declare guilty. Like, all this testimony, all this evidence, please don't say Harebrain is guilty. It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections. Fuck you, my lord. None from me, actually. Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever. This bitch only cares about corn. What's that? It's done, is he? It's all over? This bitch wasn't even paying attention. I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty. A confetti BB. The firework. Let's go. That's a fire hazard. Oh my, this case was so good. Oh, so many twists and turns, bro. Oh my goodness. Court is adjourned. Let's fucking go. Oh my god. It's over. That was some trial. Ah. 24th of October, 4:33 p.m., the Old Bailey. Defendant's antechamber. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is, isn't it? Is it? Oh, it is. It is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Mr. Naruhodo, Miss Susato. I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's been all cleared up. Thank that you realize that you were just caught up in a bad situation. Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny. Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so. We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Actually, I would like a financial reward. I did go through a lot of shit. Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? Aha! How about this? A memento. As a memento. The paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you. I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now? Well, hopefully there's Great Ace Attorney 3 that I'm in. Oh yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the Great Exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that. Oh shit, Van Zeeks? Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing in here? Barrack! I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution. Or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? I always knew you had my best interests at heart, don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left the university. We have a lot to catch up on. I think I'll pass. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. Oh, what's good, William? When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the ticket. Damn. How long are you streaming till? Well, I mean, this is the end of the case, so probably however long this lasts. Because, bro, I've been going 5 hours already. So maybe another 20 minutes, maybe? I've already... Bro, Van Zeeks is like... I get the fuck out of this country. I don't want to see you anymore. But no. Hold on, Barrack. What about the Great Exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Was Miss Tuspel's innocent? Well, she was never seen as the defendant, so I guess she's innocent, bro. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barrack. She's been irrelevant for the past 2 hours. Lord Van Zeeks? What's all this about? Unnecessary precaution. Oh, the Reaper's Curse? Yes, I think I understand. You do? Let's go. Well, Iris told me when you met Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsumi was doing. Oh, he's concerned about the Reaper's Curse. Okay. Yes, yeah, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time, and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsumi is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. Hairbrain's been Hairbrain's been irrelevant for the past 5 hours. Facts, bro. You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up till now. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsumi and Gina were completely innocent. Well, but Gina's still here, though. Like, so I don't understand that logic. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Also, hang on to your fucking anus. Wait, what? Oh, bro, don't tell me there's like way more gonna. Oh shit, bro. Barrack. Oh my goodness. Like the mustached Nipponese. This man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zieks? In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet, sometimes, I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Ah, yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo? Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. You know what would be cool? If there was like an Ace Attorney game that takes place in Germany. Because it gets referenced so many times throughout the series. Like, it'd be cool to kind of... I don't know. Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes, I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Aw, shit. What's gonna happen, bro? Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as we walked away this time. It's still going? Like, damn, bro! The Enigma, Barrack Van Zieks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then. Oh, shit. 24th of October, 4:58 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. This is so fucking weird. Oh, Kazuma's here. So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. I mean, didn't you say it was because, like, someone close to him... didn't he say that someone close to him was betrayed by someone from Japan? Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? The Professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. he was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of the programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh, if it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Of course, I remember Dr. Mikotoba as well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to 3 visiting Nipponese. So, you've actually met my father. He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their fields. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even. Just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway, so he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me, personally though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? What? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. Oh, that was from the first game, where they talked about it. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up at war. What? A war? Between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my! You mean to say the professor was... He was Japanese? When the trial reaches its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. The professor's from Japan? A cutscene, baby! Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwick Museum. So you see for yourselves now, confirm it with your own eyes, the truth that's been hidden this past decade. Oh shit. That's the professor? Yes, that's him. Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind that the mass murderer whose crimes shook Britain as never before. Wow. Was Japanese. That's fucking so this explains why Van Zieks feels the way he does about Japanese people. Oh my god. Jesus. That explains so much. Jesus. Oh, you got your PC up and running, William? Nice. It looks really good. Wild, bro. So, Oh man, it's so complicated because on one hand you understand that doesn't justify. No, I'm not saying it justifies it. I'm saying that's the reason. And obviously he had his brother killed. I mean, his brother was killed by someone from Japan. That would explain why he's, why he feels the way he does. Again, I'm not saying it makes it okay. I'm just saying it's an explanation. Wait a minute. That face. Does she recognize him? I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar. Oh shit, Kazuma? What? Oh shit, bro, he's clean as fuck. What? That's his dad? The professor is Kazuma's dad? What? What? The professor is Kazuma's dad? And he looks clean as fuck in his prosecutor attire? What? So, wait a minute then. That means the professor was one of the 3 exchange students that went to Great Britain. I was trying to be quiet during this whole scene. That's why we hold our anuses. And okay, and that's why Van Zieks definitely feels the way he does, because he probably, I mean, he met them, so he probably trusted them. And to find out that one of them was this murderer that killed his brother, like, again, it doesn't justify it, but it definitely explains that he's just that there's a reasoning behind it rather than just pure hatred for no reason, is what I'm saying. Again, doesn't justify it. But this is fucking wild. What was his father doing here? Why was he killing people? I have so many questions. What father? Bro, he looks so fucking dope with that mask. Oh, he's taking it off? Oh, shit. Kazuma. Oh, is this... Wait. Ooh, the theme for... Oh, Kazuma's theme, bro. The theme. The theme. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned. As he stood there before me, Ryunosuke, I forgot his voice, bro. My dick is fucking to space. My dick is in that, bro. My dick is in the multiverse, bro. Oh my god, bro. This is so fucking wild. I mean, we knew this was Asogi, but I didn't know that was his father. Bro, what is going on? Ryunosuke. Oh, hello again. My friend. Kazuma! Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. It's been a very long road. Thank you. Bro! This is so... I gotta stand up, bro. I gotta walk around a bit. This is unbelievable, bro. Like, Kazuma's dad is in Britain. Or at least he was. And he was the professor, a serial killer, and then Asogi gets his memories back, and we have this big moment with his theme. Like, bro, this is... And we learn, like, more about, what you call it? Fucking Van Zieks' past, and what was happening with him. Like, bro... Bro, Great Ace Attorney 2 might be the best Ace Attorney game, period. Great Ace Attorney 2 is the best Ace Attorney game. Great Ace Attorney 2 is the best Ace Attorney game. I'm calling... this is just case 3. I'm calling it right now. It's the best game. It's the best game. Period. I don't want to hear it. This is so good. When you were surprised that Professor was Japanese, I was like, just fucking wait. Like, if he's blown away by that, you are enjoying this too much. That's what I've been saying. I said case 3 was insane. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. This is perfect. This is so good, and they actually have voice acting for this scene, for this cutscene. Like, they can... Oh my god, if they just put a little bit more money into Ace Attorney production, this feels like the end of the game. Bro, like... But I do love the story. Bro, I'm telling you, like, if Ace Attorney could have more of this, like voiced cutscenes like this. I mean, obviously this game has it, and so did some of the other ones, but like, I don't know, bro. Like this, oh my god, this is so good. Let me keep going, bro. I'm like stalling, bro. Oh my god. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not. It was an honor. I knew you wouldn't die that. I knew you wouldn't die that easily, Kazuma. I can't even speak, bro. I can't speak. This is so dope. I owe you thanks too. For taking good care of that in my absence. Oh, his sword! Are we giving it back to him? Koruma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. Oh my god. Oh, man.
Bro, this is... See, this is why I wish people would give this series a chance. Yes, there's trash games in this series, but god damn it, bro. This is so fucking good. Oh my god, bro. We don't deserve Shutakuni. Like, bro, I just wish... I wish people would give this series a chance, man. I don't know. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow. Oh, we are giving it back. So that's his dad? I've made it at last. I've made it at last. Father. Are you saying... Surely not. You mean you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father? Oh, what is he doing? Oh! Whoa.
Kazuma-sama.
What? Does he hate his father for what he's done? Urionosuke. We have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you. I'm at a loss for words. That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom. Bro, it feels like I'm watching an anime, bro. This is fucking wild, bro. And then we're just back behind. So, he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? I'm guessing we got him up to speed. Yes, Kazuma Sogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us. I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Ziek's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia, too. The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. "10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Susato-san, all this is tied up with painful memories for her too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that friend had left behind a son. Oh, shit. A boy, 7 years my senior, Kazuma. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. Damn. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name
was Kazuma Sogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
親友は束の間僕たちの前に姿を現して再び消えた。
I'm regretting not helping you voice today. Shit's crazy. Hey, bro, it's all good. It's all good, bro. We've been going for we've been going over 5.5 hours, bro. It's all good, bro. My voice is destroyed. For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear all again too soon. Nah, but honestly, bro, it's all good.
そしてその瞬間、止まっていた時は
But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long
巨大な
time.
運命の車輪が回り始める。きしむような音を聞いた気がした。
As if great wheels had been set in motion, and I could almost hear them creaking into life.
それは確かに何かが始まり、何かが終わるきっかけだった。
In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one. This really does feel like the end of the game, bro, but we still got 2 more cases, bro! Oh my god, I'm excited, man. And the demasking achievement. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I hope you're ready for damn, bro, it gets even crazier. Jesus. Obviously that's gonna be the end. I'm not gonna go into case 4. Obviously that would be crazy. But that's gonna be the end of the stream, everybody. Oh my god. I have no words other than this game is goated already, and it's just case 3. It's my favorite game, bro. This was so good. The setup, the payoffs, the explanations, the answering questions, but then having more questions being asked. The intrigue is there, the mystery, how it ties in with everybody personally. Like, there's just so much that was in this. You know what I mean? Like, it involves so many people, and it's personal, and it makes you care about what's happening instead of just like, oh, we just gotta get in the courtroom and fight and you know, try to get a phantom guilty or some shit. Like, this is. I hope for more crazy shit. William said, great stream. Thank you, William. Richard said, when you think you're done, they just bombard you with more crazy shit. This game, man. To be honest, I doubt anybody who on YouTube's ever gonna make it this far. But if you did, thank you so much for watching the whole VOD. And I just want to plug, game night is tomorrow for the Disrespected podcast. We will be playing TMNT Shredder's Revenge. Apparently that game is fire. I've been hearing so many great things about it, so we definitely going to enjoy it. I promise to be there for the next one, unless it's Saturday. No. It won't be tomorrow. It'll be next week. Yeah. But I will be coming back. I don't know if either Monday or Tuesday. We'll see. If you want to look for any updates or anything like that, check out my Twitter at GeorgeO'Meal1. That's where I post all my updates there. Are you going to be starting at 3 again? Probably. Is that a good time for everybody, or is 1 o'clock a good time? I mean, I just started streaming at 3 because, like, I couldn't make it for the 1 o'clock streams the past couple times, so it's like, I'll stream a little bit later. But if 3 is better for you guys, I mean, I guess I could start streaming at 3. So we'll see. And I think that's it. I think I don't have anything else to plug other than oh, I just uploaded my Final Fantasy VII 25th anniversary reaction. It's up on my YouTube. Please watch that. It was pretty good. My reaction, but the actual broadcast itself was great. 5 start at 5 o'clock. We'll see. Oh, I love this part of the song. So I think that's it for real. I mean, yeah, that's it. I don't think I got anything else. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you guys next time. Peace.